Hello, good morning. I'm Brad Fraser. We're going to play some Final Fantasy XIV. We'll do that eventually when the thing's ready to working. Hey, there it is. All right. Good morning. I'm Brad Fraser. We're going to play some Final Fantasy XIV. Hey, what do we got? I have, I believe, next on my list is some bard quests. Yep, from Doma Enclave, blasphemy quests for the bard. So let's go do those really quick. Alright. Peter, if you come to ask after the blasphemy, I've naught to share. As of yet, our shinobi have seen no sign of the beast. The returnees, however, are all accounted for, and Lord Hen has seen them safely to Kidkin. As such, is presently assisting with the hunt. For a blessing, there have been no reports of other villagers turning, and yet, before the situation takes a turn for the worse, there's a matter I feel warrants further investigation. In case of... Although villager Desari, I suspect she may in fact hail from my home, Suino Sato. Knowing that they would be loath to answer my inquiries, I entreated the Kojin to contact Suino Sato in my stead. We are telling that Princess Karenai has made great strides in establishing stronger ties with the outside world. I mentioned Casey, however, called your warmth turned strangely cold. If we are to learn more, I fear we have no choice, little choice, but to go and speak with the people of Suino Sato ourselves. A simple visit from you, I imagine, but banishment complicates matters. That said, it's been many years since we left home, since I left home. Were I to disguise myself, I might well go unnoticed in your company, if you're willing to take the risk. Oh, yeah, sure, let's go. Thank you. Let us make for Onokoro, then. To Onokoro. See, I missed why she was banished. All right, Gary. Let's go. The garments I wore when we first met. Sufficient, I think, to conceal my identity. How many years has it been since I left home? Since I last saw home? Well, you know. I am a shinobi, a doma. But even as a child, I sought to ensure the safety and survival of Suino Sato. I was quite bold in those days. Not a touch reckless. Together with the other children, I often ventured beyond the borders of home. We yearned for adventure. And so one day we sought to behold the wonders of Doma. Imagine our horror to discover the city of ruin and ash. Imperial soldiers marching through the streets. We left at the sight, but in my haste I lost my way in the bamboo groves. Well, there I met a young boy named Shun. A sweating mess. He swung his wooden sword with reckless abandon. Training to fulfill his duty as a samurai, he said. Having seen the destruction of which the Empire was capable, I too felt the need to protect my home. I joined him in his exercises. Every day my resolve to protect those I love grew. Sadly, my elders refused to listen. They were content to remain hidden beneath the waves, and hopefully the Empire's notice. With a heavy heart, I left in search of strength I believed we sorely needed, and I found it, as a shinobi. But the people feared war and conflict would follow on my heels should I return, so, well, I do not begrudge them their decision, nor do I regret mine own. Part of me is overjoyed at the thought of seeing home again, openly defying the wishes of the Ruby Princess, however, would bode ill for my family. They've suffered enough of my transgressions. Which is why, for their sake, I remain naught but a faceless shinobi at your employ. All right, sure. Thank you. With that in mind, let us make for Suinasato. All these years, yet not appears to have changed since the day I left. But now's not the time to reminisce. We got work to do. Casey's departure from Suinasato was likely decades ago. Perhaps the village elders will know why she chose to leave. Giri's now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your Giri behind by entering a different area, or by speaking with her and selecting the option to part ways. If you wish to have your Giri accompanying you again, return and speak with her at the original location. Oh boy, I get to ban somebody. Man, it's been days since I banned anybody. Casey. That name sounds familiar. And yet, apologies, friend, my memory is not what it once was. Well, let us seek out another. My, it's been quite some time since I last heard that name. She was a priestess in the village, banished after drawing the eye of the former Ruby Princess. What has become of her after all these years, I wonder? Please, is there anything else you can tell us? Yanagi is quite close with her, if memory serves. Perhaps you should seek her out. Mother. I'd hoped to avoid my parents, but if there's no other way. Peter, might I ask you to take the lead? Sure. It's good to see you again. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? Oh, you know, this, that, the other. Casey, well, yes, we were close, but that was a long, long time ago. Still, if I can be of assistance to the man we owe so much, I'll share all I know. Casey was born to a family of priests, and even at an early age, she was possessed of extraordinary abilities. Much was expected of her. But everything changed the day she said she could speak with the dead. No one believed her at first, but she continued to insist she could, and strove to prove it by demonstrating knowledge well beyond her years. knowledge of events to which she could not have been privy. Word of the talent eventually reached the Ruby Princess, and she was summoned to shore of the Valley Tides for a private audience. No one knows what Cassie said to her in the palace, that the priestess was incandescent with rage. The princess, I mean, and ordered her exile forthwith. Some believe Casey revealed the terrible secret of the royal house, or perhaps spoke a blatant falsehood that proved her a liar. Indeed, the knowledge she claimed to divine from the dead was not always truthful. But who is to say the dead would know the truth, and not seek to deceive? Thus could we never be certain if it was simply a fantasy or a power divine. But one thing for certain is that no small number of people found comfort in her words. Would that I could tell you more, but sadly I've not spoken nor seen Casey since her banishment. Well, forgive me, but have we met your companion before? She looks awful familiar. Imagine she does, considering she's... You could not possibly know me. I'm but a lowly shinobi of Doma, nothing more. Well, being a shinobi, I presume you've heard the tale of Jagiri Mistwalker. Should you chance to meet her, may I ask you to deliver a message? Tell her that her mother and father loved her, that we could not be more proud of her. I will. I have no doubt she feels the same, and not a day goes by without her and your thoughts, without you and her thoughts. I believe we've heard enough. Shall we return to Onokoro? Sure. Listen, the situation's different. You don't have to keep being exiled. Consequences time. My apologies for placing you in so peculiar a situation. Though I must confess it did my heart good to see father and mother well. All the more reason to do all I can to keep the peace. As a shinobi of Doma, I was a member of an Eastern alliance. Mayhap there will come a day when Suina Sato opens to the world. A day when Yagura Mistwalker can be reunited with her mother and father. Or that Lord Hien could be afforded the same opportunity. But Lord Kayan and Lady Mina have long since passed. Too many lives lost in the imperial occupation. The night sky. I cannot imagine he would ever succumb to despair, but make no mistake, Lord Hien knows the pain of his peoples all too well. I can see it in his eyes. And if I may be honest, it troubles me at times. Perhaps I've said too much. Come, we mustn't keep him waiting. We got 3 episodes of this to go. Seven, which we're finishing right now, and then 8 and 9 after that. Welcome back. I trust your journey proved to be an enlightening one. Oh, yeah. The lady claimed to speak from the dead even back then. Often said things that were wrong. So she does, in fact, hail from Suina Sato. And you say she possessed these divine gifts since childhood. Well, genuine or no, the people believe her. And more flock to her side with every passing day. But the returnees are safe at the Kiakian. its defenses bolstered. As for the blasphemy, I've spoken with our Confederate allies, among others, and together we'll establish a network of contacts across the length and breadth of Doma to take up the search in earnest. Mark my words, we will find it. All right. You arrived not a moment too soon. The blasphemy has been sighted on the coast. For mercy, there's no reported casualties as of yet. Just the men I was hoping to see. No sooner we cast wide our net than the Confederate messengers at our door. If you would join us. Rasher awaits our arrival on a Cora. Yeah, let's go. What's up, Marshall? Well, now, that the noble Lord of Doma should come in person once again. Mayhap these blasphemies truly are a threat. Perhaps. Indeed they are. I was told you and yours sighted my quarry quite recently. Aye, that we did. Near the islands of Shoal Rock. The beast appeared to be docile by all accounts, but appearances can be deceiving. If it is as you say, this blasphemy has eyes only for former conscripts, and we have not to fear. I trust we have accepted into our care still those in yours. I trust those we accepted into our care still in yours of the kin can, and enjoying the finest Doman hospitality. Anyway, I know not why I came to this ruby sea, nor why it remains idle, but if we act quickly, there's a chance we can take it unawares. I propose we divide our forces. If you're willing to go ashore, we'll take a ship and circle around the islands. The first to find it will have the honor of the kill. A simple enough plan. So we'll be off to Shoal Rock then. That'll work. This is where the blasphemy was just sighted, and if the fates are kind, this will all be over soon. Yeah, well, we'll see, won't we? Those are some long feet. Damn. Oh, such speed I thought even my falcons could keep pace with it. Don't tell me the blasphemy is flying off into the distance. I hope the ill will that bore me in life might compel the beast to stay and fight. Perhaps less than Minato remains than I thought. Minato, that monstrosity's Minato. you knew her. Her family tried to flee to Hingashi during the occupation, but their ship was raided and sunk. When we happened upon the wreckage, she was huddled between her parents and a piece of flotsam, desperate to keep warm, but they had long since grown cold. We took her to Onokoro when we nursed her back to health. Couldn't imagine what horrors she must have witnessed. The mere sight of our weapons was enough to make her start screaming. She was clearly unfit for our trade, so we sought a village that might take her in. Isare was that village. Several months later, I happened to meet her on this very beach. She was in the company of a young Irish fisherman. I knew at once she'd found more than a home there. Saw them there many times after that. She found something comforting about this place, I think. According to the reports from Rise at High, the memories and desires of those who can turn influence their behavior as blasphemous. Then perhaps Minato's memories are what compelled the beast to come here. Well, that would explain its timid nature. Minato was never one for violence, and the sight of you with blade drawn no doubt stirred what little of what woman remains in that monster. Oh, in that case, the assault on Kienkin was unlikely, guarded as it is by a samurai. How are we to fight an enemy so quick to flee at the first sight of danger? Well, robbed of her parents, her husband, now alive. Rather, we didn't have to at all. But I understand full well the risk we take by doing nothing. If we catch sight of the blasphemy again, we'll be the first to know. Perhaps next time we can put our soul to rest. Mm-hmm. There's naught to do now but bide our time. Come, let us return to the Enclave. Does seem like a bad pickle. Given what we learned, it seems likely the blasphemy will return to Shoal Rock. Now, that knowledge will avail us not if we cannot prevent it from escaping again. Lord Hien, on behalf of the people of Isare, we come with a request. We welcome you with open arms and open hearts. What is it you would ask of me? Those returned to us in the prisoner exchange have been granted shelter at the Kienkan. That they yet live is an affront to the Kami's grand design, and the spirits of our loved ones suffer for it. Balance must needs be restored, so I beseech you, render them unto the goddess Izanami. Absolutely not. 'Tis not our place to pray for the death of others, nor draw steel or sit in their bloodlust. When I take a life, be it by command or my own hand, I do so in service to vengeance, but to uphold, not in service to vengeance, but to uphold my duty to Doma and her people. How did your merciful Yotsuya serve your duty? How were your people made better by the sight of her walking free? For her crimes and her cruelty, I cut her down the day we took Doma Castle. I sought to kill her, and by rights she should have died right then and there. But the Kami willed otherwise, and she returned her to us alive and bereft of her memories. With no recollection of her deeds, it would have been Tsuyu who faced punishment, not Yotsuyu. That was my judgment, and for it you were denied the justice you deserved. Listen, you have every right to resent me. But you come out before me and ask that I sacrifice men and women whose only crime was to suffer, to be condemned to a life of servitude. If you truly believe your cause to be sacrosanct, believe yourself fit to bear the burden and swing the sword, then you step forward. Go on. Sophistry and lies. They are meant to die. The spirits demand it. Are these the words of the dead or the living who yet mourn? Word of the Asari priestess and her gifts has spread far and wide, and I thought to see the truth of it myself. By coincidence, I crossed paths with a traveler hailing from the self-same village, who had a mind to return as well, but alas, could not. And so he bid me deliver a missive in his stead. Judging by the striking resemblance, I take it you're the young fisher, Akisu. This is a letter from my father. He was severely wounded in battle, but expects to make a full recovery. He's alive. But that would mean... Surely a woman of your talents can divine a plausible explanation for this turn of events. You shall pay for this. You shall pay for this contumely. My daughter will make certain of that. All right. Apologies for the abrupt and otherwise unannounced arrival. As you can see, my lord Ian, I've returned. Oh, glad am I for it. Thanks to your timely arrival, you've given the lie to Kutsui's claims of preternatural powers. I gather you are appraised of recent events. It did not take long to learn the state of affairs here in Doba, and that my assistance may be required. I'd heard tales of Kisei channeling the dead, including the father of one young fisherman. Imagine my surprise when I saw this spirit in the flesh. He was also on a pilgrimage, paying respects to the departed, and we chanced to meet in the Liberation Front Infirmary. Further, we were not brought back together under such circumstances, but I am glad to see you all hale and hearty. I mean, glad to see you too. Tonbo, is something the matter? I wish to apologize, Lord Ian. It was wrong of me to say the things I did. I understand nothing can bring back my father, but I was so angry. Please, Tonbo, you don't need to apologize. It's just, my brother was always so brave, but father's death was more than he could bear. It turned him into a monster. If he wasn't brave enough, what chance do I have? We wanted to perform the rites for father, but the body was never returned to us, so... It's not that I blame you for that, Lord Ian. I understand nothing could be done. Alexia's father survived is nothing short of a miracle, but I fear he is indeed a rare exception. I've offered prayers at more graves than I can count. It would be cruel to give others the false hope that their loved ones might return. And as Casey continues to do just that, offering comfort with her lies, attempting but ephemeral balm for wounds that have yet to heal. Much like the anger some harbor for you, or resentment for the families restored while the things that are theirs remain broken. But for those like that poor boy whose hearts lack for hatred, who knows only sadness and despair, they too may turn. Exposing the truth of Casey's deception hasn't helped matters. If we are to prevent more suffering, we must pursue a lasting solution.
Bye, I love you. Have a great day.
I would be most grateful for your counsel, Gusetsu. There's much I could learn from your pilgrimage. If there's aught you require, but say the word, and it shall be done. At the least I can do for the part I played in Yatsuya's tragedy. I failed her in the end, but I will not fail you, my lord. Thank you again for your aid, Peter. The day's events have given me much to consider. When our next step is decided, you'll be the first to know. It's not quite going to be enough to get us to level 90 today. Regrettably, there have been no signs of the blasphemy since our first encounter at Shore Rock. Atsuya surmised seems to fear confrontation. We, for our part, have tried to make good use of this intervening calm. Even now, Lord Hien and Gutseya discuss how we might prevent other villages from turning. Come here, kitty. If you'll wait here a moment, we no doubt wish to hear your thoughts on the matter. Peter, so glad you could come. As Yagiri no doubt explained, the blasphemy continues to elude us, and so we have turned our attention to other matters we can and should address. After long discussions and much deliberation, we believe we've found a means to allay the growing malaise amongst our people. If you would, Getsetsu. The idea came to us after considering young Tenbo's requests and remarks about his father, whose body was never found and returned to Doma. Others no doubt share in his melancholy, unable to bury and mourn their loved ones as is their right. Put simply, they cannot make peace with their loss. Their anguish, if left to linger, may consume them as well. And we might provide the people of Doma comfort and closure. We will hold a national funeral at the Swallow's Compass. Those who choose to attend will be asked to present personal effects of the deceased that they wish to be enshrined there. Spirits reside in all things, be they living or inanimate, and that we may die, a part of us lives in the items that we cherish most in life. Therefore, in lieu of remains, these belongings will be afforded a place at the Royal Mausoleum, that the spirits of those lost to us may find their way home to Doma, and at last to peace. The announcement's already been made, and a great many people are now engaged in the difficult task of deciding which keepsake will serve as their offering. 'Tis not a decision to be made lightly, but I suspect that they will all make it up their minds by the time we go to collect the chosen tokens. I also hope to learn more about the departed from those willing to speak with me, for my benefit and for theirs. To break free of their sorrow, we must seek joy in the memories and the love that they shared with the departed, and I'll help them find it. Might the liberator of Doma be willing to favor the people with his presence as well? I doubt not they'll appreciate the gesture. Sure. Good. Yagiri, I leave the people of Vasaria to you. Gusetsu, but I ask you to... Apologies, my lord, but there's a small but most urgent matter I must attend to first. Peter, let us go and pay a visit to the good people of the mine. All right. Right then. Before we begin, I'd remind you that you need only listen to the tales of their loved ones. As overseer of the ceremony, I see it as my duty to deliver their effects personally. Because of this, it's utmost importance we keep clear of any beasts that might damage our cargo. It goes without saying how important it is these offerings are delivered in pristine condition. That would be no good for you to fight while heavily encumbered. If stealth or flight are not options, I would ask you fight for us both, but we needn't worry unless our occasion arises. For now, let us be off. Ian's now accompanying you. Give me your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. Skipping the tutorial because, my husband, my dear sweet warrior, never returned from Garlemald, but perhaps now his soul might know some peace. Please, take this painting brush to the Swallow's compass. I shall handle it with the utmost care. May we trouble you to tell us more about your husband? Maroya was a kind and gentle soul. There was nothing he loved more in the world than to create. That brush never left his side, not even when he tended the fields. Any spare moment was dedicated to his craft, and he produced the most wonderful vistas of Yamasha. It was his dream to take us to Kagane, where he would become a famous artist, until he was conscripted. In the early days, he'd send drawings of the places they took him, until I know not how. But more time began to pass between each arrival, and then they stopped coming all together. I know not of what far-flung land he died, but I pray it was as beautiful as his works. Sounds like quite the man to hold fast to his art, even when forced to endure such hardship. His soul will find peace, of that I got no doubt. I must thank you again, Lord Ian, for this honor. My son would have been overjoyed to know that his katana would be enshrined at the Swallow's compass. Nay, the honor's mine. I'm sure your son was a fine warrior. Aye, and so was I once upon a time. A samurai, as it happens, in service to your father when the Empire first invaded our lands. Though we were defeated, our spirits broken, my son, Matsuya, was never one to lose hope. He was determined to follow in my footsteps. Gave his everything to honing his skill with the blade. When I watched him train, I felt the pride I thought I'd forsaken. Well, swelled within my breast. And I knew he would restore our family to its former glory. Yes, he could have fled. Perhaps started life anew as a vagabond of some sort. He bore the burden and fought for Garlemald. I fear what the Imperials might do to us if he did not. 'Tis plain he was a loving son and a warrior true. I kept his blade as if it were my own, and see it given the honor and respect due a samurai doma. I realize it's quite large, but I wanted to offer this on behalf of my brother and father, so it's yours. If you're willing, I'd very much like to hear about them both. My father, he was a carpenter. He was a good man, if a bit stubborn, always thinking about his work. And the only time he ever seemed to enjoy himself was when he had a cup of sake in his hand. When my brother came of age, he took up the trade as well. It brought them closer. I see him laughing over drinks together, or listening in silence to the crickets, singing under the moonlight. I wanted to join them one day. This was their favorite sake. Thought they might miss it. I'm sure it tastes all the sweeter having come from you. I realize no one can ever replace your brother and father, but if you will allow, I'd be honored to share drinks with you in their stead, when you're of age, of course. Well, that should be everything. Would you join me for a short reprieve before our journey back?
Sure.
What kind of frisky, kitty? The cat is now chasing its own tail. They put on brave faces, but the people in the mire are still racked with grief. It's the same in every village I've visited in recent days, but it's only now that I'm struck by the contradictory nature of my goals. Having joined the Eastern Alliance and having attempts to revitalize the Enclave, I believe Doma was at last on the path to peace and prosperity. I still do. Yet by focusing so keenly on the future, I neglected the past that yet haunts my people. Even if they do not give in to despair and become beasts that plague our land like poor Tombo's brother, how are we to truly move forward if we are constantly looking back? Is there not someone for whom you yourself still grieve? Me? Oh, all things considered, I suppose it was only a matter of time for this subject got broached. Gets to the heart of the matter, the young lord. To the best I should think, we could not lead by example if he had not made peace with his own past. Correctly guessed who that was. 1,000 apologies, my lord. I was passing through, tending to the matters which we spoke earlier, when I chanced to hear familiar voices in the distance. If I may be so bold, the people of Doma, one and all, understand the source of your pain. To lose your father in the turmoil of a failed rebellion, his staggering duty to the throne thrust upon you. How could you even begin to mourn when first you had to lead? It should behoove you to take part in the funeral rites, my lord. Take this time to make peace with your past, while it's still yours to spend. Though unlikely, if not impossible, for you to become a monster as well, Doma would surely be lost. I thank you for your counsel, Gasetsa. But if I may, why is it you keep your blade at the ready? I thought this personal matter of yours to be naught but a trifle. Or am I mistaken? Well, I find the katana a superior tool for peeling persimmons. Speaking of which, I do believe my stomach begs for sustenance. If you'll excuse me. They taste best in the driving rain. training to help slay my blasphemy, no doubt. Fitting that he should offer me counsel, yet refused to heed it in kind. He's not the warrior he once was, but he is wise, our obstinate friend. If I'm to be perfectly honest, it frightens me to recall it. The moment it all came crashing down, it was much like a day like today, in driving rain. We'd taken Domer Castle. Victory was ours. When we looked out and saw the banners of the 12th Legion marching toward us, the crowned prince at the fall. No sooner had Kutsetsu and I escaped than we received word that Xenos had slain my father. I remember how the fight went out of Kutsetsu in an instant. How he wept for his lord, how I felt the weight of a profound duty bear down upon my shoulders, crushing, suffocating even. The heat of my own breath, chill, my clammy palms, rain trying to get in my eyes. But duty demanded I master my emotions. When all those around me, Kutsetsu included, were consumed by anger, a thirst for vengeance, I had to be in control. Under my orders, we dispersed and fled to fight another day. Tears lost in the monsoon. To this day, I've never stopped to reflect upon my father's death. How could I, devoted as I am to find Adoma's way forward? Now I mustn't I? And so, having taken you into my confidence, would you see this through with me to a journey's end? Sure. Keepsake I'd offer up. The funeral is hidden in a place not easily reached. We'll have to fly there, I'm afraid. Worry not, my yawl will ferry us. Just a moment. The place we seek is Plum Spring in the mountains. Shall we? Now let's go.
Very pretty, even in the rain.
My parents would bring me here for Hanami as a child. Its beauty and serenity as such, I could not forget the realities of I could forget the realities of the occupation. Indeed, some of my fondest memories of family are here, which is precisely why I chose this place to conceal a singular gift my father bequeathed to me as a child. Shaman, is it not? The great auspice, Kinton Denshin, said to reside somewhere among the Daryu clan. In those days, anyone and everyone knew the tales of his prowess. Reckless boy though I was, I once tried to seek him out, hoping he might help us. I buried it here shortly after my coming-of-age ceremony. It seemed to fit in place, though part with my childhood, and offer a final goodbye to my mother. More of a keepsake of mine than his, to be sure, but He was never a man of worldly possessions. Still, I suspect he would allow himself a rare smile if he were to see it again after all these years. Monkey King. That's precisely how I wish to bid him farewell. With a smile. Oh, it should go without saying I would prefer not to be known that I've kept this doll here. Wouldn't want the children to grow jealous now, would we? And with that, I believe it's time we return to the Enclave. Goodness, this doll's gotten very muddy. This is why you don't bury dolls, friends. Yeah, you have more villages to seek and offerings to collect, but preparations are proceeding apace. Soon the people have one less cause to be tempted down the path of despair. Of course, there still remains a problem of the blasphemy. The former conscripts will remain in the Kingdom until it's been dealt with. We'll slay the beast in due time, but before that, I'll be honored if you were present for the funeral rites. Pray speak with Yagiri when next you visit the Enclave, and she'll tell you more of the proceedings. Okay. So we're close with no cigar. Alright, next is going to be Summoner. And the Spirit of Reforging. Ah, the heat of the furnace. That's me all sobered up. Let's have them special rocks then. Heat of the forest got me all sobered up. Let's get the special rocks then. Here you go. I reckon that's enough. But there's one more thing that's been bothering me. What's our winner here at the Mayhem? I don't rightly remember. Ah, forget it. Let's get his lordship over here and lose me a will to fight. Before I lose my will to fight. Now for the finishing touch, the Maxa Mandeville oil. Before we can finalize the mixture, however, you must tell us how you wish your weaponry will serve you in battle. The ratio of the coating's ingredients will greatly influence the armament's various qualities, so I think think carefully before you give your answer. Direct hit and crit hit. And crit hit. And determination. Understood. Your wish is our command. And we'll try to make up the speed with materia. This is my boom book, and 'tis done. We are holding the result of the undying devotion to craft and excellence, the majestic Mandeville Index. That is pretty majestic, not gonna lie. Had you not been so bravely confessed your grievances that evening, I dare say this degree of collaborative work would have remained unattainable. Well, my memory's a bit might fuzzy on that score, but I take my victories where I can get them. As always, Peter, if you wish to enhance other mandible weapons in your possession, you need only say the word. My diligent retainer is at your service.
Lord Galbert, though it shames me to admit it, the expertise necessary to manufacture the Maximandivilian oil is beyond my limited alchemical knowledge.
Oh, don't look at me. If I could mix magical potions, I'd have grown my hair back long ago. Oh, I'm aware it would prove an insurmountable feat for you as well, my friend. Which is why I've employed a master alchemist. Very odd tasting clothes, but at least he's wearing some. Our newest addition to House Mandeville Retinue. It will assist any further augmentations and to oversee the preparation of the oil. It'll also be available to readjust your weapon's properties should you, but bring him the required quantity of archidrite.
Excellent.
This has been a monumental step forward, my friends. Yet one stage remains ere the Mandeville weaponry's evolution can be considered complete. I know you're leading up to that, let me guess, but it's just standing here breathless, bleeding anticipation while you sort through whatever comes next. Precisely. Preparing the process is like to be a lengthy endeavor, so I do suggest you continue breathing. The next step, the final step, is upon us, Peter. Pray indulge this ambition of mine one last time. What's next?
Mandeville weaponry readjustments are now available from the House of Mandeville Alchemist at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Collect a single required chunk of amplifying anthracite and equip the weapon you wish to readjust before approaching for ever patient retaining. House of Mandeville Alchemist can readjust a Mandeville weaponry attributes. When happy with your armament's properties or simply wish to experiment, and gladly readjust the ethereal pathways for you. Upon completing the quest, resonating with perfection, you will receive a Mandeville weapon for a summer. This is sure you've changed your desired job before speaking with Geralt. Let's do this for the summer, sure.
Here, Goldbutt's finally figured out how to perfect his alien weaponry. About bleeding time, eh?
You shall inform his lordship you're eager to begin.
At long last, Peter, the end of our arduous yet most rewarding weaponsmithing journey is finally in sight. And a bloody expensive journey it's been. That's why it's not a dutiful wife or not doting mother, but a concerned senior partner in Mandeville and Mandeville. Our company's footed the bill for all sorts of extravagant materials and expert assistance, not to mention the rent we're paying on these high crucible facilities. Even if this is the final stage of the process, there's only one Mandeville weapon out of how many sudden? How sudden many? Our side business and replica weapons ain't exactly booming either. So I reckon I needed to come and gauge the value of continuing this venture with my own eyes. So, let us offer our full cooperation with my business partner as she oversees proceedings. Now, that's a sight. Seems his lordship lost his cocksure composer. What happened, Godbert? Were you just telling me how your ridiculous wealth made you free to craft whatever you pleased? I would be on my best behavior if I were you, Master Geralt. After all, your considerable rumination, one of the many expenditures Lady Yurin will be scrutinizing. Oh! Let us move on to the topic of armament augmentation, shall we? Unsurprisingly, the key to perfected weaponry lies in the application of the perfect oil, a substance called ultramandrel. This superlative lubricant will serve to maximize ethereal conductivity. Again with the creepy oils. You realize the book's not going to work with oil all over the pages. As one might have predicted, the Ultramandible's main ingredient is derived from yet another incredibly rare meteoric material. Cosmic crystallite, it is called. When it comes to the method of extracting said ingredient from the meteorite, however, my ancestor's relic was conspicuously devoid of instruction. Thus did I consult with Master Poo-Poo. Thanks to his encyclopedic knowledge of alien civilizations, he was able to furnish me with the requisite technique. I must say it is a rather unorthodox process, but one I cannot complete alone. It shall necessitate the involvement of everyone present. I do not like the sound of that. What foolish nonsense you mean to foist upon me this time? Nothing too terribly taxing, I assure you. All shall be explained in due course. Ere we can begin, we must tend to the tedious chore of procuring crafting materials. Peter, if you would, pray acquire the crystalline from our usual tombstone-hungry vendor.
Sure.
We shall require 3 goodly chunks, one of the main oil ingredient, and the others to reshape the weaponry itself. Yes, I should warn you, these advanced Mandibilian techniques are not only enhance your armament's properties, but also greatly alter its appearance. In anticipation of such wondrous transformation, let us hurry on to our tasks.
Hey there.
Hammering continues, Mandible weapons. Chunks of cosmic crystallite could be obtained from Jabruna at the Aetherite Plaza at Razad Han.
Okay.
Ah, that's 100, not 1,000.
Kind of feel like I need to get this up to level 92. This is one of the things I want to kind of be doing Conjurer in this new world.
Well, Astrologian's good too. The report is ready, sir. It's an honor to serve, sir. Excellent decision, sir. Ventures are my specialty. Thy will be done. That's all you'll get from me. I hope it satisfies you. That's what you asked for, yes? Well, then take it. I perform your menial task.
Non-aesthetics muscle memory. Alright. I need to look for that. For the next time you have a more meaningful task for me. Alright, well, let's take a second here. Million. Alright. I'll switch to that. Like I said, I'm getting a little tired of this luck they have right now. Feels like he should have longer hair. Prepare yourself.
Once a disheveled shell of a man, now shines a beauty reborn.
Mm.
Okay. So, I'm going to use a quick restroom break and then we will continue with the story. The Feet of Gold. All right, let's continue. You carefully examine the balloon, but are unable to identify any punctures or tears that might prevent travel. My, you did a wonderful job. Although it seems some of the caravans will need slight repairs, I'm relieved to hear the damage was not that significant. By the way, an artisan claiming to be a beacon all the way from Tulelala is assisting with inspections came to me moments ago, asking for work. I was in such a hurry to have the caravans examined that I mistook you for him. Please forgive me. I'm just grateful you were kind enough to heed my request. The caravans are an innovation of koalas. During his studies across the salt, he encountered something of what we call a chocobo carriage, which has these designs in their image. By touching the balloons to either side, the caravans are lifted into the air, becoming light enough for our alpacas to pull. It's an immensely helpful invention, allowing us to tread the steep mountain roads through Toral more safely and swiftly than ever. Thanks to you, we're one step closer to having our caravans ready for such travel once more, and returning to a sense of normalcy. That's good. Normalcy's good. All right, Waklava. This is the spot. After Bolnok talked with us, he walked off to the south. They were probably going to Olokov's Inn. More visitors of Volcano end up staying there. Let us go and check, shall we? Sure. Seems good from a mending standpoint. Can I have that basket, Peter? Here's some bulka wood for you. Thanks. Now I can see if we can turn a profit. Look, Nook, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? That promise, you wish to do business with me? I might ask what this is all about. I'm trying to become the person in charge, the Dawn person. You know. I don't actually remember. I just woke up this morning. I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of a 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Haha. Peace in Doral is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I'll prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace to win the throne. How do I humbly offer this? Humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to a victory. Oh, that is fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fit 3 pearl in the hundreds column. Oh, that's very generous, Bucklook. Thank you. So, that's very generous, Bucklook. Thank you. I promise I will not let you down. I have every faith in your third promise. And fortune bless your future dealings. Right, let's go. I cannot believe you quadrupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. That's better. Only because Peter remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you built with people are vital. One of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you have instinctively mastered. Oh, you think so? I know so. Now let us take our 500 impel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. All right. I can't. Here, Peter, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Ernvale would never let me hear the end of it. Sure. Poncho power. What's it? The next deal is waiting to be found. Let's do it. Excellent trade. Success, you traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wood for 500 pel wool poncho. Right, Matt Blue. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more for a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense. How do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? That is an obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We'll find demand for our supply. So, where do we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are a number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. Might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? Mama Job hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are the lance guard and sellswords. Mama Job, the soldier, was willing to
Mamajah, who soldier for a living, prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamajah carrying arms can be struck off the list. Right, no Mamajah. This considered Hobijo? Let's see, no coat, no cloak, but no weapons. Well, we might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, that was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuialala and was dressed rather smartly. All the better to show the fellow I'm a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. Sure. Here's Pancho. What a splendid poncho. Oh, this would be a perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd be like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. Blades are sharp, the heft well made, and I'll value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh, from 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this will put me on even footing with any Pell merchant. Like the epitomous owner of Mibble Mate's garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate. And I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Glad I am to have met you. Kitty. Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. From Pellu's Mint Gardens we go. Yes. There's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the contact, right? I mean, maybe. Excellent trade. You double their value. I'm trading the 500 pel wool poncho for 1,000 pel hatchet. Meow. 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 I know. Yes, very affectionate. Hi. Well done recognizing that toolmaker is a potential customer. If you had a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop onto the alpacas Mablu so kindly provided. All right, and let's prepare for more barding. Ready to go? Let us mount up. Let us begin an alpaca ride. Up to the meat fields we go. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still do not trust them. I have a knack for riding no matter what you say. Without our Paco friends, we Pero would never have become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across the Alps? Cerro Lobo. The new location. As that mansion is too tall to even see the top. Walker Mokro, wasn't that the name? Walker Zorper? Forbidding sight, isn't it? But I never appreciated up close. It takes a long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yokhui. So, Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? Oh, no, I love it. I love working with the alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can help you to buy a taming saddle, though, then it will be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'll best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. The alpaca's back to FFXIV, so we'll have to walk along the main road before when we return to the village. Speaking of the roads of travel, we were adopted by the Dawn servants, weren't you? Did it promise? As I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took all the ranch hands in, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your salad if you're going to prepare for the Feast of Gold. As it's mid-harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add that to Waklamat's way of with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Matblu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the third promise, and let's get to bargaining.
I need to write down a couple of the voices from yesterday. Well, I'm remembering them. Birdfolk were Australian. And Shortfolk, rolling R's. And L's.
Do you have that little axe for me?
I do. That's a fine hatchet. Really, it's fine.
Thanks. Now, to see what I can get for it. You're Moplo, the owner of these fields. I have a mind for trade if you're interested. Well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan. The razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I'll offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. Sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mescal. If I may, Mistress Maplu, it is harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worth consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise.
His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming. I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Waklumat. That's why I am prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off with a transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kawana's reforms came about, I can always use more hands in the field. Then you go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Anybody to tip the scales? How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Nablu. Pietro and I will have mates together. Oh no, I'm helping too. After the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves, I'll have 5 good bundles for each of you. Sure, let's go. Time to harvest the pretty green leaves. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Harvest it is. You brought me some leaves then. There are your leaves. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before making any decisions, though. Acceptable. Here, we have brought our share as well. So, here, we have brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. It is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it is time to honor mine, adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet. And prepare to offer you a full sack of the highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. But in the shop, one sack of those leaves could cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. That's a 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad that we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. Hold it best with the rest of your harvest. Mablu, what is wrong? As I was saying before, even after everything Tobli has done for me, I'm trying to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting the basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and become Dawnservant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I would not be surprised if Tobli had the same opinion, so go talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, I have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. Sure. Well, what is next then? We need to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel. No, I think we're close enough now. I think we'd go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Well, I think you can do it. Trust me, I can make this trade work. I admire your third promise. That's why you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne. It is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Goanna and Georgia? I mean, of course I am. I am Wokalamat of the Dawn's promise, after all. Excellent trade. 1,000 to 5,000 pel. Trade 1,000 to 5,000 pel sack of top grade mate leaves. 5 times the value. Seemed kind of easy to harvest for what they gave us, but that's fine. Before we go, let us give you the mate leaves. I do not want to risk proving around Vale's point. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mescal Distillery. Quest accepted. Start the bubbly. Hello there. I hear you're a traveler from across the salt. Just the person I needed to assist me. I wish to expand trade beyond the borders of Turar, and so I've been planning to export mate tea. The problem, however, is mate's reputation for being something of an acquired taste. My solution is to blend mate leaves with some of our local specialties, and your foreign palate would be the perfect to test them. One of our brewers has already prepared a batch in the relaxation area. Why not go and speak with her? Couldn't get through the door, my ears are too big. You must be the one here to try our new blends. I've prepared 3 for you to sample. I believe there's nothing more telling than the expression one makes when they sip their first cup of unfamiliar tea. Go on, have a taste. But please, stay where I can see you. All right. Fruity blend. You taste a hint of acidity, perhaps citrus, complements the naturally mellow mate tea well, serving to create a soothing texture. You may begin blinking the blends at your leisure, in any order you please. I'll ask you to drink them here. Rich blend. Notes of honey and vanilla tickle your tongue. A delightful blend. May well have a wide appeal in Eorzea and beyond. Earthy blend. Took the light bitterness behind the full-bodied, earthy flavor of this blend. It's quite unique. Surely will have its admirers. Expressions how much you enjoyed each of the blends. As the one who personally brewed them, I'm truly honored. I will have a favorite among the selection. Please let Pobly know. You're back. I take it you've tried each of the blends. Tell me, which one was your favorite? The rich blend definitely is the one that's going to do better in Eorzea. Oh, I like that blend myself. I thought perhaps the sweet taste of honey would mitigate the mate's naturally strong bitter flavor, making it more palatable. Your perspective has been a great help, my friend. I thank you for your assistance. Though mate tea can be found anywhere in Toral, there's no guarantee that it will enjoy the same popularity in foreign lands. We must experiment and innovate if we are to capture new markets. All right. Bracelet, I think we can use.
All right. On our way back, we'll hit those two side quests. Nodocactoire. Let's go to the house. See another side quest down there too. The Noctoire in the sack. Of course, the Noctoire into the sack, you notice a red substance clinging to its cuticles. Okay. How do I get in? There we go. A bit of mending. Okay, Battlecraft accessories. $640 ring. Healing. Alright, well, not any better than what I've already got, so not gonna worry about it then. This will give me the ring I was looking for. An unfamiliar face. Are you perchance a traveler? If so, I dare say you could not have timed your visit any better. Tell me, do you know of the hot springs managed by the Palo Palo? My father will soon be performing a traditional dance of the Mamouja there. I intend to join him once I have closed my stall for the day. If you're interested in seeing it for yourself, simply head to Palo Canoe Retreat south of here and look for the dancer carrying himself with poise and grace. Is that what we're going to call it now? Wasn't the dance obscene before? I'm pretty sure it was.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Do you have a moment? Please, I need your help. I am a craftsman come to discuss a new project with a client, and it seems to have lost my lucky charm along the way. My dear doll. I'm afraid how the meeting may turn out without it. The last time I saw it was at Pinocchio's retreat. Please, it fell out when I was gathering my things. I'm to meet with a client in just a moment. It would not do to be late. I realize this is sudden, but would you find my doll for me? I'll delay the meeting for as long as I can. All right, so both of these are to the south. Answer this? I don't get it. I was trying to run away. You're being overly aggressive. Look at the small pouch behind the shelf. Inside you find an adorable doll, a warm smile adorning its face. It appears to be the missing item. That was quick. That was the first place I looked. Dignified dancer. You're interested in a traditional bathing dance. I am honored. It'd be my pleasure to show it to you, but to truly appreciate it, first you must understand the purpose behind each movement. The dancer steps before the spring and pours its purifying waters over their body flesh, cleansing skin of grime, mind of thoughts, and joints of ache. Only when they are in perfect condition may the dance begin. Come, I'll show you. A bathing dance under no circumstances allowed in the public springs. The bathing dance is under no circumstances allowed in the public springs. Those who will not comply will be escorted out and banned from further entry. The stimulation is simply too much for the other guests. I'd be happy to have someone escort you to our private spring. The stimulation is simply too much for the other guests. I'd be happy to have someone escort you to one of our private springs. We may perform the dance to your heart's content. What? I wasn't aware of such a rule. Very well. It's regrettable that I cannot demonstrate Mamoja tradition before an audience, but better that I dance in private than not at all. I'm sorry you came all this way for nothing, my friend. Would you be so kind enough to let my pupil, the Yuja, know that I'll be performing in seclusion? Yeah, they had told us previously that the dance was obscene. Obscene and suggestive. Dirty dancing. Objective complete, yep. Fortunately, he wasn't performing for a public for me. Oh dear, forgive me. I didn't realize the dance had been forbidden in the public springs. I traveled all this way to perform it and followed in my graceful footsteps the most experienced and most handsome of all of my master's pupils. Oh, Barboza, how I miss him. He left Tyrol many years ago, saying he would make a name for himself as a mercenary across the salt. I hope he is well. But that is neither here nor there. I must thank you for relaying Master's message to me. I'll join him in the private springs when I finish up here. It's unfortunate you could not witness the dance today, but hopefully one day soon we'll have the opportunity to behold the glory of our sacred dance. Hey there, fellow craftsman. What's up? Were you able to find it? Yes. Here it is. Oh, thank goodness. My precious doll. I won't let it out of my sight again. We fellow become merchants after Daru Jaja bestowed a great kindness upon our people to help achieve his goal of fostering amity between clans. This doll's bright smile serves as a reminder to uphold that ideal, to spread happiness through trade. I have no doubt that you, being the kind-hearted individual that you are, will enjoy great fortune and happiness in your future business endeavors. I truly cannot thank you enough for your help. Awesome sauce. The bulge is no sex what I think it is? Oh gosh, I hope so. Wonderful, my friend, wonderful. Frail as I am, I could not ever have hoped to carry back those oversized succulents. As agreed, I shall share with you the secrets of our dyeing technique. First you stop breathing, and then you die. Ha! I'm just kidding. Tell me, will you notice a little bit of red in the cuticles as you pack them into the sacks? It is nothing to be alarmed about, but those are in fact parasites. Once infested by the virokin, the nanocartel gradually weaken. Eventually they wander away from the prickly piers and settle in the southwestern hills. It's not entirely clear if its migration is of its own volition. When we found the nanocartel completely sapped of their strength, we brushed the parasites off the bag, dry them, and finally crushed them to extract the carbine within. Sure, which using insects to create dye must seem unusual, but when living in parched lands with scarce vegetation, one must develop a deep and rich understanding of all that is available. A deep and rich like the red of our dye. All right. I want to speak to a man by the name of Goldie, even though his fellow distiller is regarded as the master of the craft. He knows the value of this product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what his leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information, which means asking around and taking in all of the gossip. If you could talk to the people here in the distillery, Pietro perhaps, Woklamat, would do the same to the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can Sure. Hey, Beelzebub. Me, I'm a chief of Tuliralal. I haven't come here to buy Gosbel's mezcal, the finest in Tyrol, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It'd be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. Get him drunk on his own mezcal. Kabli might have a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, however, he'll be laughed out of Subernit.
a sun perch. There's not much I can say about Gobbly, but I can tell you what Gobbly's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters crawling about the gathering jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mescal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, but thus driven up the price of the product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the workers it does. It's rightly being joyed with people if you cannot make a living, cannot keep making the thing that they love. All right. So what did you find out? That sounds like they're having trouble harvesting. Oh, we can make use of all of those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. For me, I found out where Gobbly was working. There's a milestone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Wooklum up. All right. There it is. You have business with me, sir. Why do you not tuck down below so as not to distract the attacker from his work? Yes, let's have conversation. Now, what's this about? Keep it brief if you, dude. I'm a busy man. We are in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal. Dawntrail! Yes, we're in Dawntrail! Yeah! Assuming you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it does not come cheap. We don't have pearl, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It is top-grade stuff, just like your mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Oh, just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Likes to get their customers drunk. Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do we want to play first? The Hubigo's chef's distaste for strong drink would be the first one, since it's funny to get drunk immediately. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I cannot hold my drink. I've heard of your regular customers. The Hubigo chief is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Oh, you're right. Absolutely right. I'd noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend. I did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with your added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Added value? Shall we offer to call the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you are aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That is why the third promise graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony will be a banquet with a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it will bring your distillery immeasurable value and immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility?
As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit I am still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I could secure the deal. Well, I should think your reception of Mescal will speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into a Volokshusha. It would be a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer, something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bonok, and his work is highly regarded in Tlelalal. As a supporter of Oklamat and a keen observer in palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. Well, that is certainly a tempting proposal, and one which I should take to full advantage, but the scales are still not quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in the garbage jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to your trusted weaver. This is shaping up to be a sound bargain. All right, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Pietro and I will take care of the prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll take the time to pen an introductory letter to Bochnuk. The fields you're looking for are just north of Waterpello. Be safe. All right, let's go. Yeah, we're having fun with Dawntrail, Bernie. It's a great time. I'm enjoying it. It's not Endwalker, for better or for worse. But as I said at the end of Endwalker, I didn't think there was anything that was going to top that. So they're doing pretty well with kind of the position they were in. It's been fun so far. I like the intro. The intro was good. That should be Agave Jaws, just over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come, find me once you've finished clearing out your side of the pests. One. Prickly barb mole. All right. The house for wildlife. Okay. Compared to the creatures I hunted for Papa, this is no challenge at all. Come on, let us head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Let's go. Oh, those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobeli. Here is your mate leaves and a written introduction of Bornuk as agreed. And the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Excellent. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablo. You are the one who inspired me to come this far. Third promise? But please, let us not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I shall be back to strike more deals with you. Haha. Quest complete. Excellent trade. 2,000 pel to the 10,000 pel premium mezcal. Traded 10,000 pel sack to top grade mate leaves for a 10,000 pel jug of premium mezcal. Even at the palace, I do not think I've held 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you'd better hold on to it till we get to the saddle maker. Surely. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Harley's place is not far. We'll just need to head across the plaza. Okay. The third promise looks ready to make trade the mezcal now. This is it. The trade we've been working towards. There's a mezcal. Whew. Still in one piece. All right. Time to make a deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We brought you your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug. But you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Though I'd sooner aid no claimant but Jaroja, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelo Pelo. The trade is a fair one. I shall craft your saddle, third promise. Great! Stay and wait if you'd like. I have all the requisite materials. This will not take long. The commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have a little work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mescal already. We did it. The saddle is ours. And to think we started out with only 100-pound basket of alpaca wool. Mabler, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. You make me glad to hear you say that, Phil Promise. Well, we got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Feat accomplished. 3-year premium mescal to taming saddle. Ha-ha! Success, you traded a 10,000 pel jug of premium mescal for a taming saddle. Why do I get the feeling that this tutorial, that's something they're going to be asking me to do more of? You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to go catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. You all right? I know. This is something I need to learn. Love the intense music. Great sunken gods. I did it! It seems hardly bothered, much less inclined to spit, as it feels completely accepting of Waklamat's touch. That's because of the singular scent in which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. You're just now noticing that. Soroja. He's back. Oh, golden alpaca. Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca that he's brought. Is it just me or is it glaring? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives in a solitary existence deep in the valley where he shuns the company of both men and his own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Waklamat. Strength alone will not win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Doral can remain in peace. Everlasting desire for peace can only be forged. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature, these are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tualalau all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth they basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as a tragedy, but as an opportunity. Thus did the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and the renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that world's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through violence he prepares. The rebellions it spawned, the ruins it left behind. But we all have. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all the threat with force alone. That's why Gogo Jaja will not elevate the Mamoja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tualalau, but the star in its entirety. What? What? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done. Well done indeed. The first promise had completed a feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone. He's always been like that. Never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even in Kawana. It's like we're not even family. What kind of idiot thinks the world could be united with war? Even most Garleans have since realized that conquest was a mistake. I'll ponder Georgia and his mysteries later. Now, I think we need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle. I have practiced how to use it. So lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Uragnaka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we cannot enter ourselves, we can see Waklamat off on her hunt. Aha! All right, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right. Cheer on, Waklamat. That's what's up next. As we ride the slowest bird in all of the New World. Such a slow bird. I can do this. I know I can. And lots of cheer. Go get him, Waklamat. I believe in you. Hey, kitty.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Waklamat is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
She's got this.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
Definitely interested in this story.
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlayan. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
Makes me wonder why is he seeking it out.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
They did it.
Oh my gosh, you smell awful.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
So managed to accomplish the thing she was most unable to do. I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. Woklamat has seemed a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what she might melt away fatigue like that? Magic, though? Mateti. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time, and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. Sure. Look at me. I'm gonna hop on my dog. My rideable dog. Right, Mablu. Come back ahead of the others, have you? I should hurry along with the tea, then. Woklamat cannot be that far behind. Oh, that tea. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching that one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, the sounds they react to, adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown right fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Ah, yes. There's no mistaking him, Valley Alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zorojah did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to the innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have got one, that being Gul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too. So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuilalal. Stress that on its own. It was before the founding of Tuilalal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yakui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver goods, gifts of food, and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came another young Guljaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of dumb servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yakui stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come, yet Guljaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and were somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated that the visitor decided to do next. Gulu Ja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelpuru of the Yakui's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take the road and peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was, in a few words of Gul Jaja, transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never before heard the bond Papa forged for the Pau spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my father and my brother caught the rarest of creatures. Well, an ordinary one was the best I could manage. A feat required no more than that, third promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu is right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone is ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in a true Pelo fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have accomplished the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments that earned you your keystone. Five more to go. You're well on your way to third promise. We would have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelo people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I did not understand the alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Baklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I was not sure I could ever say. Tobli. I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for those alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As a parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you know. You have my blessing to watch any path you choose, Father. It gladdens me to hear you've found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You'll make an exceptional peddler. I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, I promise. You'll need to find the Golden City, right? That is the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yakhui. They once ruled over far more than just Urpa and Pelopelo. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yaktural and all of its peoples. During that era, the Pelopelo were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yaktua have to tell me? Yakhui have to tell me? There we go. They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how a legend originated. I don't know. We'll lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Cryle. I have a question I've been meaning to ask. Since we're finished with the feat, where do you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes. Pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yoktaral about 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago? Well, that's right around the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there's more significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as how it's my regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I'd appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tulilalal and plan our next move. Good idea. Farewell for now, and thank you for all of your help. I will become the Dawn servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. There's a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heel. But you heard Jarl's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Waklamat. Everyone she meets will come to love her. That's why she will win the throne. You might be right, Nablo. You might be right. He's a very likable character. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory fails beside Zero John, his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't have let it bother me, but God knows you've all been so supportive. But I want to be strong, wise, like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to what lies with us. The contest has hardly begun. Yeah, I was waiting for it to explode with quests. Question is, how do I get up there? Yeah, I recognize you. You're Pircher, yes? I have heard about you. Companion to the Third Promise, the most dependable individual. My name is Nople, and I have had you know that I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today was no chance encounter here in the middle of the night, but the hands of fate guiding us in one singular purpose. The exchange of invaluable items at an unbelievable price. If I could direct your attention over here for just a moment. Feast your eyes over these. Crates of exceedingly rare and precious corrupted crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They're extracted from the remote regions of Eorzea and shine a brilliant orange hue, quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no? For you, I'm willing to offer them for a low price of 1 pel in the millions column. It's nigh highway robbery for this valuation, but anything for a friend of the Third Promise. Sorry, I clearly misheard you. It almost sounded like you said 1 million. What do you mean, considering how much it sent me back to purchase them? The price I'm offering would be perfectly reasonable. Strange. These are precious crystals, are they not? Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right? No. Let me get this straight. Let me see if I'm getting this right. Not only are corrupted crystals commonplace among cost assaults, but they're also highly volatile. And in the past, you once used such crystals together with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities you called primals. Yes. What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against the deleterious effects. I wish to say no practical use for such crystals has been discovered, meaning no one with any sense would bother to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, so why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him, having never seen crystals of their like. Could you blame me? But if they really have no use, have I Nople the Lucky been swindled? Yeah, probably. Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune has not abandoned me completely yet. At any rate, I would like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Will you be willing to help me look into this, Pietro? I need someone who I can trust. I'll be willing to share the truth with me. Says a lot. No need to answer right away. Give it some thought. If you have no interest, you're willing to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting. Sure. You're willing to help them. Wonderful. You truly are a kind-hearted soul. Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential uses for them in Toral. For instance, crystals are highly demanded among Toral mages, which make extensive use for them in their rituals. And I so happen to know of a spellcaster among the distillery guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystals and gauge their interest in purchasing them. In the meantime, I will see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harmful effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter for my skills is likely impossible, but finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. Major looking for the individual Baweser tribe. If you happen to upon someone wielding a staff, chances are that you'll found them. Well, I don't know the first thing about crystals. I'm not an artisan nor a mage. Unusual crystals, not interested. I prefer to keep my distance from peculiarities. Hey there, corn servant. Well, if it isn't my friend from Turilalal. I do hope your days, as well as your stomach, have been full of merriment and cheer since last we met. Glad to hear it. I was just passing through when a faint rumbling caught my attention. An unmistakable sound of a belly in need. How fortuitous that fate should also guide you here. Might I impose upon you to help me once more? If you could lend an ear to a poor boy's troubles, I can determine how best to lend an ear of my own. Lend an ear. Thank you. Thank you for that. Well, thank goodness a capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. My caravan was attacked by beasts. I have a bodyguard, a young Momorja mercenary, but he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here. But no sooner did my feet touch the ground that he ran back into the jaws of death. Damned if I could figure out why. Injured as he was, I don't like his chances. Please, I beg of you. Go to Hurvik. Save him. Shirley Beak. Aha! Nestled in between the mountains, the dwellings of this village are noticeably scaled down to accommodate the smaller size of the inhabitants. It's here the peddler clan of the Pelopello who manufacture their trading goods such as coffee and mezcal, as well as maintain a ranch for the breeding and training of alpacas. Hey, Emily. Say, you seem like an intrepid individual. I could hardly use your work. I could really use your work with something. The short ways from here in Charlambeki, exceptionally large, shall we say, overgrown, Menegmeki are known to appear. I'd like you to take one down and retrieve an enlarged bulb from its body. As for why, I'll tell you upon your return. I don't think I would go with a staff. Intriguing. Intriguing. I've never heard of these corrupted crystals. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity. I'm afraid I've no interest in purchasing them. If they're as volatile as you say, what will be done with the crystals? Its very nature is changed on a whim. Oh, the sun just rose. Yeah, do a couple missions at the coffee grounds and just kind of look around here. Hey, Sadly. You there. Might I beg your assistance with something? I was taking a stroll through the valley the other day when I discovered coffee beans scattered in the brush, but not a coffee plant in sight. Curiosity got the better of me, so I brought some back with here to brew. The taste was simply exquisite. I'd like you to acquire more, but therein lies the problem. I found the beans in Karamek, an area south of here known to be the territory of mountain bears. They tear me to shreds, but something tells me that we could manage the trip. Here, take these smoke bombs and drive back the bears, and bring back whatever coffee beans you can. Interesting. My darling Alpi did not spit upon your approach, which means she trusts you. And if she does, then so do I. As such, I would ask a favor. Recently, a stack of premium coffee beans was stolen from our storehouse. The thieves caught in the dead of night, but I was wide awake to catch them in the act. A band of Hubli mercenaries. My brave Alpi sat on their leader, square in the face, and thanks to her saliva distinctive scent, I was able to track them down. They are well armed, however. So I resolved to give up the coffee beans, but for a strapping fellow like you, contending with those thieves should not be a problem. So please, I beg you, go to Orange Kakan and teach them a lesson. Okay, but first I gotta accept all of these missions. I also need to turn on the coffee pot. Hey there, sickly merchant. What's up? Forgive me, traveler. Might I have a moment of your time? I'm a merchant from Lalal here in business, but I've sat sick as a dog ever since I arrived. The fellow boy I hired as a guide to show me around these parts gave me one look before suddenly heading north, muttering something as he left. He was speaking too quickly for me to catch what he said, but I fear the mere sight of me upset him somehow. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, would you go and offer an apology on my behalf? He ran off toward the tea field north of here, but there's no sign of him, so surely someone nearby would have seen where he went. All right. Turning on coffee pot. Burp. All right, let's continue. Did I see anyone pass this way recently? Why, yes, actually. The local guide. He was gathering fresh tree leaves here just moments ago, but until a rather rambunctious alpaca did something to agitate him. I could not hold back a chortle as he chased after it. I fear he may have heard. And in their fate, he was headed toward the hill northwest of here. Hey there, excitable guide. What's up? Who are you and what do you want? If you have not noticed, I'm rather busy at present. Just gonna see if you need help. Upset me, why would he? I was speaking too fast again. An unfortunate misunderstanding. That merchant was a clear case of altitude sickness. Not uncommon to those traveling in Apache for the first time. Best cure for it in most things is mate tea, which is why I was collecting tea leaves earlier. But just as I finished packing them into my bag, this wild alpaca came and snatched them. And now that I have it back, it's time to get brewing. There you are. He told me everything, and it seems I mistakenly sent you on a wild alpaca chase. Forgive me. Thanks to his tea, I'm feeling much better. Mate tea is a vital source of nutrients in these highlands. I'm sure you can promote a nourishing pot back that markets of Dawntrail allow. Why not buy some in bulk now? You're not only a talented guide, but a conniving salesman. Very well. I will give you the offer some thought, but please, first, might we continue the tour? Sure. Thank you again, traveler. I hope that my experience can serve as a lesson for us both to be properly prepared when journeying to high altitudes. Okie doke. Hey there, malodorous coffee bean thief. Ugh, that smell. I can't get rid of the smell. What? Who are you? Ugh, I've had it up to here today. Boys, get him. Boys, damn you, you'll regret this. And the beans go back where they belong. I retrieved your beans. You returned, and you look none the worse for the wear. What a relief. Ah, precious coffee beans. Thank you so much. So very much. I knew I could trust you. Coffee beans' popularity continues to soar, as does the demand for it. I'm afraid incidents like this one have grown increasingly more common. Everyone's been pouring their hearts into this to make the most delicious coffee possible and make the mate tea forms a run for their money. And yet those thieves tried to steal my very fruit of my labors. Bad apples, a lot of them. You know a bad apple when you see one, don't you? Alpi? You deserve to be spat on. Patui. No, sorry about that. I got a little carried away. I've taken up enough of your time. Here, a little something for your troubles, and the spittle. Hurrah! This is reminiscent of, Doma. So hilly everywhere. Of course, it's supposed to seem like Peru. Overgrown Metamucil. And grab its enlarged bulb. That's the other mission we gotta take care of as well. Bomb repellent time. Let that one move. And now I guess we'll fight this one again. Look there. I'll try to do this the peaceful way. Grab these brown mounds of dirt. Hands navigate through the thickly soil, finally grasping something solid within, a clump of coffee beans. We're digging coffee beans out of the poop. So it's warm to the touch and surprisingly moist. Nevertheless, you plunge your hands inside and retrieve a dripping clump of coffee beans. The stench emanating from this mound of soil is a veritable assault on the nostrils, but you persevere in the name of delicious coffee. Stick your hands inside to claim one last clump of coffee beans. Tune of this current. You attune to the aether current to improve your understanding of the area. Wonderful, you've returned. I'm glad to see you still have all of your appendages. But tell me, were you able to find those wondrous coffee beans? Here you go. One sticky batch of coffee for you. Marvelous, thank you. Wow, they seem to be covered in... See that soil? It appears to be dung. That would explain. Ugh. As omnivores, mountain bears feed upon flora and fauna alike. Unbeknownst to us, it seems they developed a liking for coffee plants. They've been snacking on them in secret. But because the beans are difficult to digest, they remain whole in the bear's leavings. I suspect that while inside the stomachs, the flavors and fragrance of the fruits and plants that the bears normally eat permeate the beans, diminishing their bitterness and resulting in coffee beans with a sweet, fruity flavor. A most intriguing discovery, one I could not have made without your help. Thank you. I dare say we have a new premium blend of coffee on our hands. Ah, delicious poop coffee. All of your friends will be jealous. Oh, come on. Skyrim has taught me that is a climbable hill. You come for business, I'm afraid I'm much too tired right now. It's strange, really. No matter how much I sleep or try to sleep, I suppose it has to be enough. Despite the weird grumbling in my stomach, I have no appetite. I recognize a lover of corn when I see one. The problem, I believe, is that he eats only corn. He's exhibited clear signs of malnourishment for one that lack a well-balanced diet. Though my dominion is only over which there's corn and kernels, there may yet be a way we can help him. Prepared with lime water, my corn can be enriched with additional nutrients. Behold, a rich and creamy corn soup. Surely this will remedy what ails him. Here you go. That soup will make me feel better. Ah, corn soup really is the best of foods. I can't get enough of it. Never thought eating only corn would be bad for me, but there's no denying how terrible I've been feeling lately. Suppose I'll need to be more creative with my corn cooking. Thank you for this. You've given me much to think about. Nothing like a nice warm cup of corn soup to warm the belly and the heart. Let this be a reminder, my friend. It is possible to have too much of a good thing, even corn. But in moderation, together with other herbs, spices, and flavorings, you can enjoy a cornucopia of delectable delights. I believe our work here is done. But know that where there are those in need of sustenance, I will be there. Fare thee well. Okay. So now that's leveled up. Back to Astrologian. Yeah, so I talked to your guy. So, even the mate was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. It seems you are right. These crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I've lost, but there's still one thing I can do. Peter, I wish to stop this particular pernicious battler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? Of course I will. What a relief. Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. If you have a moment to spare, please come again. I must stop him before he has a chance to swindle anyone else. Every moment we leave that battler to his own devices is another opportunity for some unsuspecting traveler to get hoodwinked. We need to figure out what he's been and what he may be doing next. I'll ask around Water Pedro if anyone else has similar run-ins with disreputable merchants. In the meantime, I'd like you to find the scoundrel and keep him in your sights, by whatever means necessary. We can't have him leaving before we had a chance to settle this matter, after all. I expect he's still in Orzabatra, visiting the markets and using his ill-gotten pelts to stock up for his return to Eorzea. Like or not, he's inspecting the stalls in Alfado's inn. Ask after a Lalafell by the name of Jonu, but be discreet. Once you've found him, try to keep him occupied for as long as you can. Up, 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 and up. Oh, man. Through the mill was another way over there, I believe. Welcome back. How did you fare? Here's an enlarged bulb for you. A perfect specimen. This is surely made for fine mezcal. Tell me, are you aware that it was actually the peoples of Zactoral who taught the Pepelu how to make mezcal? They taught us to make the liquor from agave, but we also learned that using the bulb of Megamui gives the drink a real kick. And the Megamui will give me a real kick if I try to procure their bulbs myself. So I cannot thank you enough for your help. I have no doubt the batch of mezcal I'll make with this will be a delight. All right. How you doing, young mercenary? All right. I can hardly believe my eyes. You felled the bloodthirsty beast with such ease. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed such help was even necessary. You did great. So the merchant sent you, did she? The attack on the caravan saw her wares scattered all over. I figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks for the timely rescue. I shall do just that. No need for you to stay with me, my friend. Go and let her know I'm safe. I'll grab what I can and be along shortly. All right. I'm so relieved to hear that he is safe. The Mamoja take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries, but that young man seems to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell that some of the Mamoja travel across the south to make a name for themselves. As a preliminary step to that, it seems many young hopefuls gather experience here in Toral as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. That said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my cavalrymen. We will have to discuss some form of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There's much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first. Okay, both have 2 missions completed and 1 search completed. Gigamolo. Ah, well, this isn't a pleasant surprise. I think we'd meet again here, of all places. You do recognize me, don't you? The merchant you spoke with on the ship to Tuli-Lalal. I neglected to impart my name to you at the time, but I shall happily rectify that now. Gigamolo at your service. Since my arrival at the continent, I must say, business has been booming. I'll spare you the details of my most recent transaction, but suffice to say, I earned quite a hefty sum for a most generous young merchant. Truly makes the lengthy voyage here feel well worth the trouble. All that remains before I return to Eorzea to purchase some commodities. Time to ban another guy. Ban. Alas, ever since I felt the soothing waters of Pelliculi retreat on my skin, I can think of little else. The mere mention of it has stirred my yearning to avail myself of these hot springs once more. It's a pleasure to meet you again, my friend, but I must be going. Farewell. Men? If I remember correctly, you have to go around on the left side. Approach from the east. Oh, it's you again. Did you follow me here? Or perhaps you have too succumbed to the lure of these hot springs. The water is the perfect temperature, and the view is ravishing. All my worries just seem to melt away, though I suppose I've also have cavalry to thank for that. They've been the perfect attendant, taking care of my every need. I'm surprised you're still listening to me ramble on. Oh, if you didn't know better, I think you came not to enjoy the springs, but to speak with me. Oh. The monk is growing suspicious of you. Perhaps it would be best to speak with cavalry instead. Hey there, cavalry. Hey, your friend swindled somebody over there. But it really did such an awful thing. I had no idea. And they recently began to visit these springs and hired me to take care of odds and ends for him during his sojourns. I took him to be quite a fluent individual, though he carries himself. My heart goes out to the poor Noble, but as a pair of the ledger, I'm quite intrigued by Gilgamesh trading practices. Swindling? Allow me to explain. Many years ago, we Pepelepo were looked down upon by the other peoples of Toral, both figuratively and literally due to our diminutive stature. Chagrined, it is said, that our ancestors decided to start wearing masks made in the image of the most powerful Taratverar, Maja, in order to strike fear in the hearts of all who looked upon them. Today, however, the meaning of the masks has changed. After becoming peddlers of the Dawntrail suggestion, the masks have become symbolizing fair transactions. Indeed, they're now proof of our reputability. Instead of focusing solely on our own profit, we endeavored to make every trade mutually satisfactory. Countless years of doing so have earned us the respect of those around us, and we very much rarely experience any belittlement. Belittlement, I get it. Yet those who sin Gigemolo's wishes only to fill his own coffers, even at the expense of those with whom he does business. It is a shame. After what he's done, no Torero will wish to barter with him again, no matter what quality of import he has on hand. I will keep a close watch on him from now on. I do not want to see anyone else swindled out of the hard-earned fell. But given his present euphoria, I doubt he'll be doing anything of the sort anytime soon. That said, I'm sure Nupley will be anxious to hear from you. I have matters here well in hand. Why not return to him? Sure. Whee! What? You mean Gogomilu doing a village to Gerard? What a small world. In any case, thank you for lending your assistance once again, Peter. It's reassuring to know the cavalry will be keeping careful watch over him. As for my investigations here, it seems I'm presently Gorma's only victim. But I fear it won't last. There's no telling what underhanded tricks he'll use to procure those whales you spoke of. But I refuse to let him besmirch all that it means to be a merchant. I have a plan. I'm going to need your help. I'd like your opinion on something, Pieter. Should word spread of Garamadri's underhanded practices, it will not be long before not a soul of all of Toral will interfere with him. How do you feel about that? It serves him right. Indeed. But I'd be disappointed by such a conclusion. After all, we'll lose one of the few merchants willing to voyage across the seas to do business with him. If he is to remain a potential trading partner for the years to come, he needs to be made to see the error of his ways. I suspect a few words of warning would do little, however. He needs to be taught a proper lesson, to feel the sting of being swindled for himself, and we shall make sure that he does. The pelu way. First, you'll need an alluring piece of merchandise to serve as bait. Hailing from across the steel salt yourself, I can think of none better suited to finding something that might garner his interest. Have a look around and see what local specialties we have to offer. I should like to know if anything catches your eye. See, what will he like? Something rare, I can think of nothing better than coffee plants. It'd surely fetch a handsome price, seeing how you can likely not find them where you're from. Oh, so you can find them there. Well, in that case, I'd like you to try coffee for myself. Oh, yeah, we totally have coffee there. Paparo color. Look, especially on the rarer side, how about paparos being sold at the distillery? It's one of the few vegetables that can be cultivated in these altitudes. Oh yeah, we got paparos all over the place. We already have paparos plenty in the Eorzea. Well, that may be. If they're popular across the salt as well, I could not be prouder. If it's for a merchant, they may be interested in our traditional dolls. They're believed to be good luck for business. I carry one around myself, as it so happens. Whether or not someone is unaware of its origins or significance or truly appreciate it is another question entirely. So Lucky Dolls is the best I got. Looking for something out of the ordinary, I have recommended Ulan Bristle Hairbrush. They're good for keeping alpacas free of fleas, and they help protect skin conditions, among other things. And while you'd expect them to turn and spit on anyone tugging their hair, the alpacas seem to enjoy the grooming. It's a simple way to keep them healthy and happy. People can use the brushes too, obviously. Ulan bristles help distribute natural scalp oils and strip the hair of leftover dirt strands to promote a healthy scalp. It's surprisingly gentle on the skin, too, so it's little wonder they've grown so popular. That as a consequence, not seem to be bait enticing enough to draw everyone's interest. The doll and the hairbrush are there, and maybe just tantalizing enough. We're back to Napoli and reform of your findings. Hey there, Napoli. You've returned. I take it you found an item or two of interest. Combs and dolls. I see the Ulanan Bristle hairbrush, one of our traditional dolls. I must admit, whether such a doll would truly be desirable to an outsider is a bit dubious. I think it's safest to go with the hairbrush. My thanks for finding a suitable bait. Normally, we'll go for one petal in 10,000 column. But to teach our peddler friend a lesson, I'll offer him one for a petal in the 100,000 column. Unless you worry I won't actually sell it to him. Just giving him a taste of his own medicine, so he come to understand why a fair and honest deal is so important to you, Pello. More importantly, I wish to convey something to him, merchant to merchant. What do you say? Will you lend me your aid? Will you lend me your aid? So Pello. That's what they're called. Just a second, I'll write that down. All right. Sure, we'll help him. Thank you. Let's give Gigamoji an offer he cannot refuse. All that remains is for me to begin my negotiations with Gigamoto. However, even should I approach him, I expect he won't be willing to bend an ear to anything I have to say. But if you, a fellow Eorzan, were to whisper in his ear of a merchant dealing in exotic wares he won't find elsewhere, I dare say his interest would be piqued. I expect he's still soaking in the springs, so try searching for him first at Pedo's retreat. I will join you after procuring a suitable store of hairbrushes.
Hey, Gigamolo. Oh, it's you again. I take you're too unable to resist the allure of these waters. I'm resisting pretty fine myself. I see you wish to introduce me to this merchant of exotic wares. How thoughtful of you. I'm honestly surprised you remembered that I have yet to find suitable goods to take back to Eorzea. Very well, I shall find this merchant, meet him, and hardly sit at the negotiating table a little more than a bathing towel. Pray wait for me below while I make myself presentable. Following sequence, you'll be tasked with supporting Nopoli's negotiation with Gigamolo. As the negotiations may take several minutes, you may wish to cancel any pending due to finder of registrations. Yeah, let's go ahead and start. Thank you for waiting. Now, where's this merchant you wish to introduce me to? Ah, Nopli. I see. So you two are in the cahoots. If you come to return the corrupted crystals, I'm afraid I do not accept refunds. What did Pietro tell you? I'm here to make you an offer. Make me an offer? I wasn't born yesterday. Whatever it is you're planning, I want nothing to do with it. The Pelopellos strive to bring others happiness through trade. Hogwash. You really expect me to believe I could benefit from another deal with this guy? Not only for your benefit, but that of new customers you're certain to meet in future commercial endeavors. Upon my mask, I swear it. You can swear upon whatever you like. I still won't believe you. Only thing I trust less than your word is your meager eye for quality. Any product selected by your hand is one unworthy of my stalls. I picked that out myself. You selected it? Ah, then that changes things. Considering your wealth of experience about the Eorzea and Tyrelliers are eyes I can trust. I see we have your attention. Then without further ado, allow me to present to you my premium selection of high-quality alpaca hair brushes. The bristles are firm yet supple, gentle on the skin, and exceedingly pleasant to the touch. Even the most sensitive alpacas cannot get enough of it. Indeed, I dare say the brushes are of unparalleled quality. You already have brushes for livestock in Eorzea. Furthermore, the market for such a commodity would be limited to farmers, all but squandering any chance to profit. I'll not purchase a product merely because of its good quality. Why not introduce alpacas to the Eorzean market? Let's say, hypothetically, that someday alpaca farming were to become widespread throughout Eorzea. Am I to keep a stockpile of these brushes in storage until that day arrives? God, I think we're really inane discussions. Okay, what if you could use it on your own hair? I must admit, as a merchant, it's important to always keep oneself as personable as possible. Yet I'm confused as to why you would ask. Ah, so people could use the brush as well. Then may I try it for myself? It's a quality product for men and women of good taste, and the potential market could expand considerably. Here you are. Oh my, this is quite lovely. The way the brushes gently caress my scalp, each stroke gliding through my hair like a gentle breeze, and somehow every strand falls perfectly into place. Ah, my hair has never felt so smooth and soft. Yes, consider me interested. I dare say the brushes will sell themselves to those of like-minded taste for elegance. Now, let's discuss payment. By my estimation, a single brush would be worth about 10,000 pel, give or take. Speaking of worth, I forgot to mention one terribly important detail. The brushes are made of the hair of a creature indigenous to Tyrell, the Ulan. Specimens are painstakingly chosen with each brush by a master craftsman, paying close attention to the beast's age as well as the texture, thickness, and strength of each hair. I'd say a single brush is no less than 2 pel in 100,000 column.
I beg your pardon. 200,000 pel for a brush? You must be out of your mind. I'll take my business elsewhere. Wait. After purchasing the corrupted crystals for him, I'm in urgent need of funds. If you agree not to disclose this to anyone else, I'm willing to sell you the brushes for half that price. You go so far as to offer them at half a market price. And hopefully it comes as no surprise that you lack capital. I may happen a more opportune bargain. Very well, you've got yourself a deal. I shall use all the pel I have in hand to purchase as many brushes as you can offer. Now then, let us return to my storehouse in Waterpedro to finalize our transaction. I trust that it's fine with you, Galamoji. Indeed. I'll make a short detour to Calaveras Inn to gather my things before joining you. Pray, excuse me. Whew, the negotiations went rather well, if I do say so myself. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. But now the negotiations can truly begin. We must hurry back to Waterpedro as well. Wee freedom! There you are, Peter. Now that we are assembled, let's continue our discussion. What is there to discuss? The deal's already agreed upon. All that remains is exchange of goods. Are you even sure? Even if I told you the actual value of the brush is a single pel in the 10,000s column. What? You deceived me! Oh, nothing of the sort. I merely followed your example. I do personally believe that a single brush is worth 2 pel in the 100,000s column. I also urgently need funds after purchasing those crystals, but more importantly, the brushes are of unparalleled quality. I think I'd be outfoxed by a man I took for a fool. Yet, why tell me this of true value now? And you remained silent, you could have made back all the money you lost. And I find that a strange question. Are we not both merchants? Rather than prey upon one another, hoping to make our fortunes in a single exchange, would it not be mutually beneficial for us to, in the long term, become trade partners? As far as I'm concerned, there's a chance I cannot afford to let slip away. Foreign merchants willing to sail all the way to Tyrol are few and far between, and I certainly will not have the wherewithal to travel to Eosa myself anytime soon. After all I've done, you would have to be my trade partner. I play my trade in a city called Oda with the unspoken rule of business is to deceive or be deceived. To seize what opportunities you can and quickly move on. Long-term profits is the furthest thing from my mind. When I first saw you, Napoli, I could sense your naivety. Thus did I approach you with the mind to exploit it and pawn those worthless corrupted crystals into your eager hands. At the time, I thought it simply business as usual. Yet I'm only embarrassed at the thought of that now. That you would use the same ploy against me and for even greater profit makes it all the more shameful. Napoli, I'm truly sorry for deceiving you. I shall return all the money I took from you and make what amends I can for the trouble I've caused. I do not deserve your forgiveness, let alone your partnership, but if you're certain it is the best course, I am. Forget about the money. I'd like you to bring back more of those crystals, the corrupted crystals. If I can find some use for them, I'll make a product that can thoroughly be sold for a premium, and we can corner the market here in Tyrol. I'm happy to oblige. Until such time as the crystals become profitable here, I will not proceed in good conscience without a product we can both benefit from. If it please you, I'd like to explore our options. Aha. I could not have convinced Gigamodo without your help, Pietro. Together, I believe he and I can bring some others happiness to trade, not only in Toral, but in Eorzea and beyond. I prepared a small gift for you to show my things, though it is hardly enough. I hope this is a small benefit to you during your travels, and you ever need anything, do not hesitate to find me. Huzzah! Well, see you. Not very well. Alright. We're going to head back to Tutti the Wall. I'm going to go grab myself some coffee. Be right back. All right. Pretty sure I already said yes, but that's fine. Hey there, Wakamat. Look at us. The contest has barely begun and we already have two keystones. Surely even my talented brothers are not doing this well. Oh, we can only hope.
We have now won keystones from both of the first Feast of Reeds and the Feat of Gold. Surely that means our approach in the contest was the right one. So it would seem. By continuing to retrace Gol Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let us visit the giants next. As Cryo said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City means that they know something useful. The home of the old Koi is the upper reaches of Gorbacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take a long way around through Kolonakoka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we'll call upon the Moblins first, then. Let us head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of Wee Wingless. The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs heading the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. Well, what are we going to do then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it is ready, we could rest in the cabins to see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Sure. Just to be sure, we'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets to our destination. Of course. What do you take me for? And as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, seems we have free time of our hands. Let us make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bago Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of Wagler Bechi, and he's a good mentor, a good person to know. Want to come along? Sure. Let's go then. Ready? The market of Water Hat to the east, on the other side of Baby Bay. I see a triple triad game I need to have, but not just yet. This is Auntie's Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely Tissot. If you've ever after the best tacos in Tuileries, this place sits at the top of the key. You say that there, Promise, but you ever eat old Beric Abu's food? Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, Tissot. It's been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop by for a bite once the contest is over. Hey there, Ruffly. My the third promise. How might I assist you this fine evening? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Oh, yes, it has been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again now, are we? Something like that. Think you can fix it? Lieutenant Terrell's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask these questions. 'Tis child's play. But have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who is your companion, if I may ask? Oh, this is Pieter, a great adventurer I recruited from across the sea. I brought him here to meet you, actually. I thought he might have a reason to visit Wanapechi sooner or later. Well, then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this great center of trade. I have pleasure to meet you, Pieter. Nice to meet you too. You there,
Stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Tancred? Ah. I've seen that man somewhere before. Oh, he was on the show. Yeah, he was on the ship. Ah, the jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fontaine? Yes, that was his name. Ah. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who cannot pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say... I'm no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if I could use someone to talk to. I will go and ask. Let me know by link pearl if you'll find him first. Nervous men of mysteries fled westward, never to be seen again. So in the end, I decided to give Peter glasses for all of the reading jobs. So any job that would require reading, including reading tarot cards. So astrologian, scholar, and summoner. And there was a fourth one. What's the fourth one that I had reading? Pictomancer, I believe. Hey there, Father Gentane. What's wrong? You were conversing with Master Ropley, but wait. We've met before, haven't we? On the ship? Indeed. You found him. Good. I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Do you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Don't. Do not, please. I'm sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. There we go. You're too kind. So be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Ilalal, I worked as a goldsmith in the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ildar, Estimane's Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough. But as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking. Mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt possessed me, and as a veneer of bravado I tried to put forth, soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. Yet, as you witnessed, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer. You'll stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Oh, all right then. You offered morsel, and served us a full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give a few words of advice. Then you have the experience of my predicament. A feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers. Well, when you put it that way, You have lots of experience in that. Not me. I am Walker Lamont, third promise of Tulia Dalal. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course, you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? Pretty much every time I go on a raid. On occasion. Even an ally handpicked by the third promise can feel such doubt. Then what hope is there for me? I must question why I bothered to become a goldsmith in the first place. Looking back, it was my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. In the course of striving to be a great goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft, as he did. Perhaps I'll give this one last try. Thank you, Beth, for reminding me what's truly important. Sure. What is truly important? Oh, sorry, Pietro. I did not mean to ignore you. Yes, I'm glad to see Father Jane is giving himself another chance. I cannot help but wonder if Father Jane will follow through. Let us see if he's actually going to talk with Rocky. I want up there. Let me up there. Well, since we're out here and we have the opportunity, let's play Triple Triad. Hey there, Nick Lenny. Oh, do you play Triple Triad? I hear it's popular overseas, so I taught myself how to play in case I need to help my yours and clientele feel more at home. I could go for a quick match right now if you're up for it. Yeah, let's do it. This feels incredibly unfair. Oh well. Oof. It seems my strategy could use some polishing. Sometimes I get so absorbed in the cards, I completely forget I'm supposed to be on the clock, but that's what I like about it. Alright, Fonz and Jam. Just kind of you to come, but you needn't worry, I've found my courage. Let's go. accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fonte Jane, and I am a goldsmith from Dawn far away Ariosia. I realize it's a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here with Corbeccagy, if you will have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. Oh, so that is what this was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Murimechi is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Will you start tomorrow? Is your face see-through, sir? Oh, yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know if it was all that helpful. But you were there. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had that moment of much-needed self-reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. Well, let's do it. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, roughly? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of the Wakameshi artisan. Oh, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. And good luck to you, Fontaine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in, and I'd be happy to talk you out of it again. As for us, we should head to the harbor. I don't want to keep Aaronville waiting. All right, Aaronville, what horrible method of transportation should you secure for us? Enough with the secrecy. What is this big plan of yours? Look clear. That is my big plan. What is this? It's a punity. She'll be pulling your boat upriver. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle, timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss, unless you give her reason to. First our pakas and our punitors are relying on a lot on the animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide, then. But did it have to be my old nemesis? Another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up for the challenge. Was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Koz Uma rowed these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Dawntrail now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that updrafts near the falls would make the landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, and there appear to be several on the water. Koana! Well, I've been tea. Traveling up the river, I presume. Oh, it seems that way.
Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been not that long. Thancred, Orianja, what are you doing here? Escorting a promise the same as you. I've heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the Studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit for my cause. I contacted the Skarark, who arranged an introduction of these 2 gentlemen. The second promise has specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech and clever engineering. Where magitech was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting this job. A few. The nation of Tui-Lalal spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace, which is our place, if not here and now. We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure that the one we were working with before agrees to this endeavor. He's been more opaque than Orianja at times, but surprisingly. That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one more question before you leave. Kawana and Wuk-Lamat were vying for the throne. As Kawana-Us entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all of his opponents, including us? Well, we just want to do with them our power to win this contest for Kawana, even if it means competing against, yes, our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back. And we expect you to do the same, by the way. Oh, we won't disappoint you. Yeah, it should be fun. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you had been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I should rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possible retreat. It's true. I can't stand boats. But I trust this route Aravel's chosen for us. Leave the handling of impunity to me. I'm sure the other wildlife attack us, however. I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the boat as possible, in fact. Far from the front of the boat, especially. Oh, sure. And then we shall remain on deck and stand guard. Although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Aravel, just in case. I should like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And then I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own in the battlefield. And Crown will stand guard with Pietan. Alright, time for me to be a tank as a healer. This'll be fun. I'll keep Handel company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than often now. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. But I shall endeavor to provide whatever aid is needed. I'll do that as well. That should cover most of That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear or board the boat when you're ready. Alright. Should be fun, right? Right. What's the hunch?
begin. FFXIV. When we first walk in, we'll take that. FFXIV. So here where we go. So they're also in the river, and now we have company. Ahead of us, ready for anything. Which courtesy of the blessed sibling. Your plan. Guess we'll just have to improvise. Annabelle, we're losing speed. The harness is broken. I'm sorry, we'll have to pull over to the bank. We won't be going anywhere until we can make repairs. See if there's a route overland. I'll try to catch up with you later. happenstance had had misfortune befallen their vessel. Everything seems to be taking the wrong way around. All right. Got it. Let's roll. Not bad so far. Apex Predator, Aphelion. Alright, let's go. Strengthened his wing beat. Feeding on the Sunworm's strengthened his form. Okay, well, that was an adventure. And I guess it's time for lunch, so as soon as we get to the end of this cutscene, lunch it is.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey, you got the boat working. Excellent. Well done.
Hey! Everyone all right?
I was worried that we might not catch up to you. Those caverns you traversed were dug in by Yuk Hui in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout the region. Well, I appreciate the lesson. I appreciate the lesson. Wise guide, are we up landing this boat anytime soon? Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. The falls were impressive enough from a distance. It's almost too much now. Pretty cool looking. Yes, amazing. Now, let's please get off. No more boats. Oh, you're not all right. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. There's a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. No, that would be a welcome respite. Have you the strength for a short walk, Lamont? We can rest along the way, too, if you need. That's all. He promises men to lead from the front, not mewl and moan like a sick kitten. Promises men to lead from the front, not mewl and moan like a sick kitten. That's the right voice. Wuklamat. Wuklamat. That's the right voice. Too many voices. Too many different voices. Ignore me. It's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on. I'll follow. Very well, but if I might say one thing, just because you're a promise or a claimant to the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. Ah, but cry away. Cry away. Leaning on others is a skill all leaders require. You as well, Peter. Sorry. You as well, Peter. You as well, Peter? How do you say that? You as well, Peter. I've always believed it's my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts and my lunch. Of course, just take as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. I've long felt that I could not tell anyone when I was confused or hurting. That admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Sure, what do you want? Come on, let's catch up to the others. I see a crystal. We're going to attune to the crystal, and then we are going to break for lunch. And the text paid in full. Stop at the mini fires. All right, we'll stop here, and we'll be back after lunch. See you soon.